Excuse me. 3D Medic, you're first. Let's make it bigger. You beat out Jerry by about 5 seconds. Pause that. How are you guys doing today? Vince at 3DP? Who's that? I'm super excited that they have a revolve feature in Tinkercad now. I am super excited about that. I suspect it's going to be like the draw tool, though. I wish there was a way I can import a file and have it automatically create an object from it. Although, I guess I could. But no, then there's no way to make that the drawing for the revolve tool. Oh, Printopia. Hi, baby. He's a good boy. Can you see him? There he is. There's my baby. He's a good boy. He loves when I spread the blanket over the whole entire bed. He likes to curl up in the blanket. I don't know if it's just me or if it's Amazon in general, but people aren't spending much on Amazon lately. I'm surprised. I thought the holiday season coming up would increase spending. It has not. That happens. Vine has your Vine is going to be relatively dead from now until about January, end of January. Um, you might want to what you're going to have to do now is you're going to have to log into Vine a whole lot more often. Like you're going to have to load up the Vine page on your phone and just leave it there and just keep hitting refresh, because the general input of Vine stuff is going to be dead right now. However, the big names sometimes post stuff now because they want reviews of their products before they release it. So, for example, the next few months will be your best chance to get, for example, a Sony TV, for example. No, it won't. Vine dies during the holiday season. You have to remember, Vine is not for you. Vine is for the sellers. Amazon is trying to get sellers to put stuff on Vine. The problem is your average Joe selling stuff on Amazon does not need to be giving out free stuff before the holidays. People are going to be spending one way or another. So they don't need to give out free stuff. They don't need it. Okay, so the input to Vine dies when the holidays come. Now, once the holiday rush is over, and now they're going back to, they have to fight tooth and nail for the sales, then the Vine stuff will start to come in again. But but during the holidays, the input to Vine drops to next to nothing because they're not worried about reviews now. They're worried about holiday sales. So that's normal. Yeah, every time Christmas comes around, the input to Vine just goes. It won't help. When it comes to holidays, people aren't really reading reviews. They're not. It takes too long to get the reviews through. Everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. Right now, they're just pushing product. See, to get stuff on Amazon, this is something that people, even I just only vaguely understand this, but it's a logistics thing. So in order to sell something on Amazon, well, you're not going to do very well unless it's in the Amazon FBA warehouse. And that takes months of logistics to get stuff into the Amazon FBA warehouse. So whatever you're going to be selling for the holidays for Amazon has to already be on a boat right now coming to the US. If you don't already have a container bringing your product to the Amazon warehouse, that's it. You're done. your shit ain't going to get here in time for Christmas. Well, you're right on the edge. You're right on the edge. So they have to figure out what is going to be hot for the holiday season in, July, August, September, so that September they can put together their order, fill a container, ship it across the Pacific Ocean to Amazon, and then distribute that through the Amazon FBA warehouses. So that when we go on the internet and say, I got to buy Christmas gifts, all that stuff is ready and available and there for prime 2-day shipping. Because if you go to a Amazon and it says, okay, this is going to take a month to get here and this is going to take 2 days to get here, well, guess what? This product, it's gone. Because no one's going to buy something that's going to take a month to get here because they know how bad shipping is going to be in the holidays. They're going to take the item that's 2 day shipped. So now, selling stuff on, putting stuff on Vine to figure out what's good, what's not good, what's going to be popular, what's not going to be popular, that's done. That time that boat has sailed, and now the ship with all your stuff on it needs to be heading across the Pacific Ocean. So anything that they put on Vine right now won't affect anything until January or February. And they don't care about January or February because January and February are dead times because people have overspent for the holidays. So that's why your Amazon commissions will drop to next to nothing January and February because that's all return season. People, they've done their shopping. Literally, the boat has literally sailed or you've missed it. So giving away free product in Vine doesn't do anything for them. It doesn't serve any valid purpose for them because it's not going to help their holiday sales. And the time period that Vine reviews are going to help is January, February, December, January, February, which is now no good because people will have overspent for the holidays and they're not going to spend much in January, February. And so yeah, the next couple months Vine will be dead. Now, where Vine won't be dead is big ticket items and manufacturers who are going to be releasing stuff in November and December. Their brand new product releases, CES product releases. You'll have a chance to get that kind of stuff because those kind of manufacturers want to get stuff into your hands now, get an idea. That's what happened to me. I got the Sony TV and, the first one I got arrived broken. Well, that's why they do this. That's why they put it on Vine. They don't need to be sending out, $10,000, $4,000 TVs. And finding out that their box is incorrect and half of them arrive broken. No, that's one of the whole one of the whole reasons they do the Vine program is to get our feedback, to make sure the shipping system is working correctly, to make sure the packaging is working correctly, etc., etc. So you're going to have to do lots of refreshing to get that kind of stuff, because that kind of stuff goes like that. But yeah, fill up on the smalls. Get things like puzzles and garden flags and screw kits and hardware kits. All that little stuff from the scientific and measures category and stuff like that. Tape and trash bags and anything that's you will have a use for at some point. That's the kind of stuff you get now. Just always make sure you save 1 or 2 slots of your 8 slots till the end of the day in case something amazing pops up. And the other advantage of all that small stuff is it's easy to review. I mean, think about it. You order a pair of nippers. How much of a review is that going to take? How much of your time is it going to take to review that? Here's a picture. Yes, it's a pair of side cutters. The side cutters works fine. I have no problem with the side cutters. They seem to be of okay quality. There you go. Review done. You get a pair of earrings. How hard is it to review that? Okay, they're stainless steel. They look nice. They fit well. I like them. They're pretty. Okay, done. Review done. Well, that's not hard. That's 4 days. You're allowed to order 8 items a day. You can do that in 4 days. Are you kidding me? You're talking to the guy who ordered eight items every single day. Like, I never didn't order 8 items. Never. Now to December 1st? Jesus Christ, how many is that? That's what, 350 items I would have ordered? I know, because I'm crazy. Well, channel a little bit of crazy. But seriously, hit the I can't log into it anymore, but hit those categories that have things like screw kits, hardware kits, nails and screws and tape and trash bags, detergents, the household stuff, sponges, this kind of stuff. Now, if you live in an apartment, this is the problem. All right, if you live in an apartment, you might not be able to do this. But if you don't live in an apartment, if you have a home, then this is much easier. You just stockpile this stuff that at some point you're gonna need it. I'm still industrial and scientific. Yes, that's an excellent category. You get resins, filaments, you get glues there, all kinds of stuff that at some point you're going to use. Um, the stuff you normally don't think of, but then you go out to Walmart and you spend money on it. Why spend money on it? You have Vine, get it for free. Late to the party, Cyber Bob. We've only been going for a little bit. We just started. Not that I know of. Was that part of AWS when the Amazon Web Services went down? Yeah, I think that's why my bank didn't work for a day. I guess they were using AWS or something. It was like, whatever, just wait another day. No big deal. But this is interesting. We now have a revolve feature. I really wish there was a way to import an object. Yeah, I thought it looked better to flip this way, although it makes everything backwards. Yeah, it seemed like a better way to do it, but it does make, technically it makes it seem, well, it makes it look okay to me, because when I'm looking on the screen and I point left, it points left for me on the screen, because this is the left for me. But I guess that's actually the right for you, isn't it? So I'm mirroring the mirror. Because I notice it's backwards, because the words are backwards. But because I put that little subset screen on the right, by flipping it, it makes it look like I'm looking into the screen, which I am, instead of the other way where it makes it look like I'm looking off to the outside edge of the screen. Cadoodle. What is cadoodle? Okay. Cadoodle CAD. Free offline CAD alternative to Tinkercad. I'll give that a shot. Standalone EXE. I like it. Yeah, I'll give that a play around with. Well, the thing for me is that when I do this mode, now it looks like I'm looking at the screen instead of looking outside the edge of the screen. Meaning flip the other way, I guess it would be better to have this over here like this. Then I could flip it the other way. But I usually have stuff at the bottom left-hand corner. So the bottom right seems to be the better spot for that. Hey, SBC. So at least now it looks like when I point at the screen, because my screen is to my left. So now when I point at the screen, I'm actually pointing at the screen, and now I'm looking at the screen. So this is a very interesting feature that finally permits revolve. Okay, I see what it's doing. Interesting. Which means I should also be able to do things like this. Yes. Would you look at that? Okay. Now I wish I could grab and move. Like I want to grab this point and move this point. I don't see a way to do that though. Open path. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Um, oh, I can do that. Ah, look at that. Because there are times where I need a shape like this. Where I need that kind of a shape. And this allows me to get that. Very cool. And it's editable. So I can adjust the number of sides. It is so cool. Even just for basic shapes, I could just see this being so useful. And 48 is enough for most things. Now, what does the quality do? Okay, this one does nothing for this shape, which kind of makes sense. But the idea that I can now edit this and modify it and but this will come in very handy for well, actually what we're going to do next. One of the things we're going to work on. So let's copy this and take it into the other project. I want to actually get him to the point where we could print him. I think this is too big to print as one piece. Yeah, this has to be printed as 2 pieces. So the idea is to stay below 900. Ideally stay below 800. This way a 334 printer can print this in one go. Let's not worry about it. Let's start simple. The first thing I need to work on is the legs. So these legs are going to have to be 2 pieces. Oh, that's a joined set. Let's unjoin it. That's 655. So we do a Control D. So we want to take this leg. Let's go into a new work plane. So let's paste this in. Let's grab both of these, copy, and go to a new work plane.
Hi, baby. How you doing? You're such a pretty kitty. Yes, you are.
Aww. You guys gonna be nice? Okay. So this leg is going to have to be split into 2. So the first thing I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to make it a little bit taller. So we're going to make this 700, which means the reality is we're going to make it 350. So 350. Then Control D. And we're going to go up 350. Okay. So now the leg is 2 pieces that are 350 millimeters each. Now I don't need 2 because these 2 are going to be identical. So let's delete 1 for now. Make the screen a little bit bigger. That's one thing I know they won't do it, but I wish they would. If they made Tinkercad offline capable, I'd pay for that. A standalone executable, yeah, I'd pay for that. Okay, so I want to make this structurally rigid. But if you're going to print a 2.5 meter tall Nutcracker, dude, then you're going to want to make sure that it is durable. I mean, obviously, if the thing falls apart, what the hell's the point, right? So that means it needs to be able to be assembled, be put together into pieces. The trick is figuring out the easiest way to do that. I mean, a slip fit is the easiest. I mean, the best way would be a bayonet lock, but I don't have the skill set to do that, and I don't want to. So I guess the first thing, let's put a hole. Oh no, wait a minute. We can actually create a proper part. We can do this. So this is 141. Would you not let me select that? Really? So it's 70.5. And we're going to do a wall thickness of 20. Yeah, I think that's good. That might be too much. Let's do a wall thickness of 15. Even that might be too much. Let's do 12. Let's do 10. Yeah, I think 10's good. 48 sides is probably enough. And then we make this 350 tall. You saw me click that, right? And all it did was blink. Okay. Let's increase the sides a little bit. Let's go 75 sides for a piece this big. And now we have our replacement leg. Now we can delete this. The legs themselves are going to be hollow, but I need this in the middle. So 349. No, 140. Probably 30 tall. I do not think that's big enough. Let's make this 50 tall. That's probably enough angle. Now, the purpose of this is I need a way to join two of these together. And we're going to edit the sketch because I do not need this to be that big. Oh, yeah, you can just double click. Look at that. Let's do this. I could probably get away with this to make it more printable. Okay. That should not be visible. How is that even visible? Because it got shifted somehow. No, it didn't. It is centered. Hey, James White. Joe Galaska, how you doing? Now, that should not be visible. Why am I seeing that? Oh, this got changed. That's why. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because the sketch is making it that big. Yeah, see? So I need to bring this inwards. Okay. Now I don't have to modify it. It'll stay put. Okay. Now the purpose of this is to have a shelf. Spider whiz. The idea is that I will create a sleeve that will insert into these two pieces to join them together to create the two legs. The idea is this whole thing will be, you'll just slide it all together to build your Nutcracker, but then you'll be able to take it all apart and store it until next winter. So that'll take care of that. Just make sure. Yeah, that angle's more than enough. That'll be no problem printing that. In fact, I could probably increase it even more since I don't need to have that extreme an angle. Okay. Good. Okay. So this is a radius of 70.5. I'm going to make this 71 because I really hate the fact that this is split like that. I hate decimals in this case. They're annoying. So I'll have to make the hole a little bit bigger on the boots. So that means we are 142 minus 20. Yeah. Now, something else I can do is I can create a channel, and I can do that using this tool. So 142 minus 20 is 122. 122 and a half is 61. So let's make this 65, 66. We're going to increase the number of sides, increase the number of steps. Much better. We're going to put you, and the tube is going to be 5. Let's center everything. Center and center. That should not have done that. That is not right. Oh, wait a minute. If the radius is 66, okay, what am I doing wrong here? If the radius is 66, that's 132 plus 5, 137. This is 142. This should not be visible. Why is that visible? I can fix it, but why do the numbers not come out right? Did I do something? Wait, this is probably a radius. That's 10. That's 142. That's almost exactly where it needs to be. So this needs to be 10 smaller. Okay. Huh? Okay, let's do 60. That's too much. That looks about right. Okay. Now, let's hide this. Oh, let's put the balls in first. Let's hide you. So that's fine. Okay, so 10, which is the same as that. Change the color to yellow. Okay. Lock you. Put you here and here and here. Good. We actually can't do that. select both, unselect you, bring you up so I can interact with you. Control D, D, D. Then we select you and you, align, keep you frozen, put you there and there, you and you, align on you, put you over here, and then do the last one, align you with you and you. Okay, so now we have, and then I'm going to make these a hair smaller. I should have done this from the get-go. Let's go 9. 9. 9. And 9. Okay. Now we take all these. We join them together. Okay. We take both of these. We freeze this. We align them inside. Okay. Bring everything back. Now, this is 142 with a 10mm wall thickness. So that's 122. So let's call it 121. So I need a cylinder that is 121. Okay. Let's increase the number of sides a little bit. 75 is usually good. Yes, I will. Absolutely. Let's see. Center. You and you. Let's do this. And we're going to extend this. I guess 124 is okay. Now we're going to hide this. We're going to duplicate this, turn it into a hole, and attach it to this. So now this is now shaped like that. And hide this. Now this gets joined to this. Now this has those dimples in it. We take this, we hide this, we turn you into a hole and join you with this. And we join you with this. There. So now we have a hard floor and we have a track built into this piece here. And now when you install this piece, it will seat on this track, which will distribute the load. And these balls will sit inside of this track, which will soft lock it together. It won't hard lock it. You should still be able to pull this and pull it apart. It should still be flexible enough to allow that. We might have to squish these balls a little bit if it doesn't flex enough. But with just 4 of them, it should flex enough. And now we have a soft lock. And this is all vase mode compatible. That should work. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got that idea from the original version of this when I can't show you it because it's outside right now. But remember, I made that little adapter in here and it just popped in. I did that on that and it worked very well. It was loose, you know, you could spin it, but it stayed in place. It didn't just fall out. And so I'm using that same idea for this to soft lock it in place. I'll have to print a sample, so I'll have to print this little section and print a little section of this to make sure it actually works. Oh, I don't know if I want to, but the right thing to do is to invert this. So Control D. And then do this. What's the easiest way to do this? I guess the easiest way to do this would be to put a square here, the work plane here. Which one is it going to get? Oh, got the right one. Okay. You and you. Okay. Okay, so let's put the work plane back. Okay. And let's hide you. Okay. So we grab you. We need to shorten you. That means I could take you. I could do this. We can shorten you about that much? Really? Come on. Okay. Do this. Not what I wanted to do. All right, we got to change one of these to a different color. Okay, good. So we want the blue one and this one. No, I want the yellow one and this one. There we go. Now we do this again. And we get rid of the excess on this side. So now we take the yellow and this. No, blue and this. There we go. And now I think for strength, we're going to want to offset these 45 degrees. And then we join them together. Good. Bring back our parts, and there we go. Now we have, no, something moved. All right, how the hell did that move? How did that happen? When I rotated it, I did something wrong. I somehow shifted it. Because this should be up here. Like that. Okay. And this should be like that. I don't know how I did that, but somehow I moved it. Okay, now we take these, join them. So here's our plug that will join these two legs together like that. So now the two legs will soft lock together. Okay. Okay. Now I only need to modify one leg since the two legs are identical. All right, now let's Control D. Let's add our vase mode tracks. Hide you. I can just leave you there. Hide you. Okay. Really? Come on. Don't mess with me. Let's make that a little bit thicker. Oh, I forgot to send Michelle the link. And I will send her a picture of the kitties too. Oop, lens is dirty. The yin yang kitties. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's adorable. Um, so that will hollow out. There we go. Now I do want to maximize the strength of this, so I'm going to do a little trick that I use. Let's see here. We're going to put you here. And we're going to drop you down like this. Bring you all the way up. We're going to make you 0.02. Okay. Align center here. Now, here's what I want to do. First, I got to drop this a bit more. I need this to be taller, because I'm going to tilt this just a little bit. Oh, nope. First, I have to center it vertically. Otherwise, the tilt won't be even. There we go. Then I can tilt it a little bit. Just like that. Okay. Then I have to put a brick through this. Like this. To make it as wide as the part in both directions. Then I have to move it so that it's not visible. There we go. It's okay. I only need to modify the outside edge. Okay. So we take this, Control D, turn it into a hollow, and we hollow out this. Then I turn this back into a solid, turn this into a hollow, and I join it with this. Okay, now this is conformal to this. And that is what we want. Now I take this. Hey, thanks, Spiderwiz. I appreciate that. I like my victims happy. Now I'm going to print this with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. So this needs to be 1.6 millimeters away, or 1.5 to have a little bit of an overlap. So hold on the Shift key, drag it horizontally. This is a relative distance, negative 1.5. Now we create a master ring. Make it bigger than this. All right. Align on you, here and here. Now we take this, and we duplicate. And then we rotate that many. Do I need that many? I'm thinking I don't need that many. I'm thinking I'm adding far more structure than I need, because I tend to build overkill. Let's go every other. Just because I don't think I need that many. Yeah, that should be strong enough. Hey, Michelle. Yeah, they were adorable the way they're curled up. Okay, now we take this. And now we take this one and we undo the joining. Get rid of that, because that one needs to cut all the way through. So this is going to do several things. This part here is going to be under the greatest stress because it's joining the two legs together. So by having this here be angled, what we're doing, one of the problems that you have with this vase mode technique is that you're basically depending on a joint between two parts fusing the plastic together. And if those parts are just a little bit too far apart, sometimes they don't fuse. So what I'm doing is, now here's the one joint with the 0.02 millimeter gap, and then here's the second joint with the 0.02 millimeter gap, okay? Well, what if I just do this? I just shifted a little bit. Now this solid line fuses these two together, even if they themselves aren't fused together. And that's what happens when we put that angled cut through the wall like that. Basically it improves fusion, and also it makes the ribs three-dimensional. So now the ribs are actually wrapping around, like spiraling on a rifling on a barrel. But it's a lot more work to do this. As you can see, I had to do all this extra work to do it. But the end result is a much stronger piece. Now, I did make one big screw up. I should have exported this and then re-imported it as a simplified object, because this object includes all of this. And that's going to make it pretty complex. I can cheat. There's a way I can cheat to get around that. So what I do is I take all these and I join them together. Oh, Logan sent me a picture. Oh, receipt. Nice. I'll have to go through that. Missing something? Then I export this. Hello, Cassandra. Ooh, that's taking a long time. That's because it's a complex model. That's why I should have done this earlier. But it's okay. It should still work. Let's try this again. Yes. Come on. Come on. He's really having a hard time. Okay, let's go back. All right. We're back here again. Let's export this. It obviously doesn't like that. There it goes. Now we import. Import. There it is. Now we take this, and we align them on this one. You, and you. There we go. Oh, I'm not showing my screen again? Derp. Okay. So the reason this shape is so complex is because this shape includes both of these shapes and the cutout tool and the square. And then I'm duplicating it 8 times. So what I've done now is I've exported it and re-imported it. Now it's just a simple STL file. So now I take that new simple STL file and I make that part of this. And now this one here, I still need to get rid of the duplicate. And this one I need to simplify it again. Not simplify it, to get rid of this, because this one has to go all the way through. Now, I don't have to export this as a simplified file because it's already simplified. We take all of these, we join them, turn them into a whole, and oh, look, it's working so much faster. Look how much faster that works. Look at that. There we go. Now we have the joiner piece that's going to join those two pieces together, and that will print in vase mode. Okay. All right, I like it. Bring everything back, and that's what the Lego look like joined together. Okay. Now let's make this the same. Now this one, we're probably not going to do the, I guess I could do the angle. Yeah, I could do the angle on the legs. That's not a big deal. This is supposed to be 142. See how it does that? I hate that so much. This is supposed to be 142. Not freaking 141.97. Stop changing my numbers, Tinkercad. Okay. 0.03 is not going to make a difference. All right, let's rifle this one too. So I'm going to need this. How many sides does this have? I think I made it 75 sides. So sides 75. Let's do this and this. 142. Okay. This goes to 350. I'll show you why I'm doing this in a moment. Okay. Align you and you. Okay. Go. Now we do you. Make the height the maximum. Bring you inside. Oh, and then I need you. Length. Nope. Width. Okay. Let's have a little bit of overlap. And then we take this piece, which is a hole, join it with this piece. And we take this piece, turn it into a hole. We're going to temporarily hide it. Now this needs to be a little bit longer. This needs to be 0.02. We need to take you and align you here and here, like that. Then we rotate you a little bit. Like that. We turn you back into a solid. We bring this back. And we take these two pieces and join them. There. Now I have my little rib. And it goes all the way inside. Okay, that's what we want. Now we need another master ring. For those that haven't seen this before, the Tinkercad rotates things on an XY plane. So as you can see, this is not the same dimension on X and Y. And therefore, it is not going to rotate radially. Because as you can see, the center line is different. See the center line's right here? Now watch what happens when I select this. Now the center line's over here instead of over here. That's because this piece here is out over here. So it shifts the Y plane like 10 millimeters. So in order to rotate this symmetrically, I have to create what I call a master ring. And then I align that master ring with something on the model that is radially symmetrical. Oh, nope. First select this, you and you. And then I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Basically, I need to make sure the master ring is the biggest thing here. As long as the master ring is bigger than everything here, now when I select everything, I get XY symmetry, 300 by 300. Now if I rotate this, see how it's rotating around the center axis? That's because of that. The master ring does that. I can now take the master ring and this piece, duplicate it, and radially rotate it. And it will stay the appropriate position all the way around. But I need to make a change first. This needs to be shifted 1.5. So this is the relative movement, negative 1.5. Now I can grab this and this, Control D to rotate. Now the way the rotate works is if I make a change, such as position or angle, and then I do it again, it duplicates that. So it repeats the rotation. And there you go. But now these are simple squares, so I can get away with this. It's not super complex. Now, of course, I do still need to make this one here go all the way through. So we're going to get rid of the joint. So that one goes all the way through. For those that haven't seen this before, the reason for this is very important. Vase mode requires a continuous path all the way around. So if I want to print this in vase mode, that's easy. You know, just print it in vase mode. Okay? But what happens if you want to print this in vase mode? Well, you can't, because you have an inside wall and you have an outside wall. So it would have to print the outside wall, stop, lift, move inside, and then print the inside wall. That's two different paths. You can't have that. It has to be one continuous path. So how do you print this as vase? Well, it's easy. Just print this. Now that I've opened this up, I've now connected the inside wall with the outside wall. So now I can print the outside, come inside, print the inside, go back outside, print the outside, come inside, print the inside. But I want a cylinder, not a C. Okay, so I make a C where the gap here is so small that the plastic fuses together. So technically this isn't a cylinder. Technically this is a C channel. But this gap here is so small that the plastic fuses together when it touches. And now you can do vase mode with two walls. Okay, let's get rid of all my little master rings here, so we don't need them anymore. Let's grab these, join them together. See how fast they join? If they take too long, then I know I'm probably going to want to reset it. I think we're good. Okay. Now we take this and we join it together. There. Now I have my vase mode leg piece. Now I've gone through all the work to make this work together, so I might as well do all the work to make these pieces soft lock with the rest of it. Okay, so transparent. Now it looks like that. I take these two pieces. Well, first of all, I take this piece and I make it taller. Take this piece and I get rid of it. I hide it. This is so I can grab this piece. Align. We're going to center on this one. You and you. Now I can delete the old one. Good. Now I need to Control D and rotate. Actually, this is easy. All I have to do is put the work plane here, then hit drop. There. Oh, I hate when it won't let me do that. I no longer need you. Oh. Okay. Good. I do not see a problem. This should print fine. I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. So now I take this and we copy it and we go back to the other model. Okay. Paste the new model in. I have no idea where it put it. It probably stuck it in here. No, it didn't. Where did it stick the leg? Oh, it's all the way up here. Why the hell? Because that's where the work plane was. Okay. We take this and we join it together as a bundle, not a group. Bundle group. Okay. Now we take this and this, this and this, align on you, there, there, and there. Okay. And now I could delete the old leg. Okay, now we take this, Control D, and we align with this one. And we put you here and here. And now we delete the old leg. All right, so now the new legs are installed. Okay, but what I want to do now, how do I do the feet? There are multiple ways to do the feet. The strongest way to do the feet is one piece. And that will fit on a 400 by 400 printer. So I am tempted to leave that alone. Because doing the feet as two pieces would make them weaker. And we don't need to separate them in order to print them large enough. In fact, I have room to scale. No, the torso is bigger. Okay. I don't mind overbuilding this because I want this to be long lasting. Okay. I am tempted to make these insert into the feet a little deeper. Let's join the two legs together as a union group, or bundle group. Object exceeds size limit? No, it doesn't. I intentionally made sure it does not exceed the size limit. Unless I'm down too far. No, I'm not. I'm pretty sure the standard work plane is here, which is not letting me select because it's off the edge. There it goes. All right, think. This is going to have to be deeper. Much deeper. Okay, so let's create a new one for this. First, let's hide this. Let's take this and ungroup it, yes. And then ungroup this. Okay. That's not going to work. Well, what I can do is I can make this 141.96. That makes all these dimensions the same. And I can make this, excuse me, what is it doing that for? $143. That keeps it centered, and that gives me a 0.5 millimeter variance. Is that enough? Yes, 0.5 is enough. Okay. Then we take U2, Control D, we align U with U, like that. Then we delete U. So I guess the question is, do I want to make this deeper? I think I do. So I can always make the legs longer. I'd rather have a bigger overlap here. Now what I can do is create a center point like this. Okay. Now I have a universal center, each of these legs. I can join these together. Okay. Actually, anybody else noticing an issue here? I can make the backs of these boots a little thicker. Let's go non-transparent again. So I can take all this, and that is hard to see. I can bring them forward. Oh, no, I can't. I have to go back at least that far, because that's where the original holes are. Okay. Okay. Now we join. Okay, transparent. So here we have our sockets. Okay, there are two ways I can do this. First, let's look at printability. Will this print? Let's find out. Export, STL, exquisite crunk. Yeah. And we're gonna do an cubic kite run. Okay. 0.96 layer. We're not gonna do a 0.4. I do want to do a 0.3. And I'm probably gonna do 3 perimeters just because the feet need to be strong. Let's try 8% infill. Okay, first let's see what this looks like. Okay, we're going to need to chop the top of this. I want that to be even because that looks like absolute dog shit. We'll add top layers here. Whoa. Okay, that's a bit too much. Yeah. Let's go 3%. All right, we're still at 5 pounds. Jesus. I didn't realize these were that big. Let's see. We're going to go 3. Let's go down to 2. It's still 4 pounds. Wow. That is enough infill. Holy cow. Yeah, that looks printable to me. I do not see a problem printing that. I think. I might go down to 0.2 millimeter for that portion. 2 days to print this. Jeez. Well, that makes sense. It's 2 kilograms of plastic. I could print about 1 kilogram a day. Wow. But I think that will print okay. Man, that's going to take a long time. Okay. I'm satisfied so far, though. Printability should I should be able to handle printability in the slicer. Okay. Let's clean up the boots. Let's change this to a color I can manage. Okay. Let's put you here. What we want to do is Simply lop off the top of the boots. Like that. You dork bag. There we go. There. Now the top of the boots will have a nice clean surface. Okay. Now, how do I want to handle locking the legs into the boots? And this will be the same locking mechanism I'm going to use in the torso. Think. How do I want to do this? Can it flex enough for the soft lock? The problem is I don't know how much this is going to be able to flex. I might be asking too much of it to flex that much. But it's going to be a single layer, even at 0.8 millimeters, so it'll be very stiff, but it'll still be flexible. But it wouldn't be that hard to put a bayonet mount, a bayonet channel in there. It really wouldn't be that difficult. And then once they're rotated and you have both on, they won't change relative to each other. Although it may make disassembling it difficult because it'd be hard for you to figure out. Although I can add a marker. Yeah, I could add a marker to allow you to line it up. Yeah, that could work. So if I bring everything back, I Control D this. Oh crap, that's why. It freaking selected that too. Oh, I hate when it does that so much. Control D. Make you over here. We're going to union bundle group you and hide you. Okay. Ungroup you. Delete you. Group you. Ungroup you. And ungroup you. Why do you keep selecting stuff that's off the edge of the screen? Like, why does it keep selecting that? It just absolutely insists on selecting this, which I don't want it to do. I don't know why it does that. Okay, do I have my ring or do I not have my ring? I don't think I have the ring yet. There's the ring. Okay. So now we get rid of you. We get rid of you. Okay, now we take you. And again, it's selecting this over here. Damn you. Oh, we're off the edge here a little bit. Gotta be careful with that. There we go. And again, it's selecting this. There. I got my setup. This is what I want. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it grabbing the fucking thing over there. You know something? Goodbye. You're pissing me off now. No, I need that. You're really pissing me off, though. There it goes. Okay. So this needs to be a bundle group. Now I take these. And again! Son of a bitch. Okay. Rock. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh, yes, it is. That's what I told it to do. Even though I didn't realize it. Okay, can't do that. Okay, that looks good to me. Control D, align on you. Okay. And it's in creepy crawly mode. Drop. Drop. Okay, now how far up do I need to go? Let's call it 5 or 10. 10's enough. Okay. Okay. Let's take this and this, make it another bundle group, and duplicate it. So now I can mess with this later. Come on. Now we ungroup, and we ungroup, and we ungroup. Okay, we take this, this, and this, and we join them. There's our channel. Now the question is, will those balls be able to flex enough? I mean, there is a way around it. If this is the quick print, I would just print this and test it. But it's not a quick print. So the safe move. How big are these now? 10.8. Let's go back to join. So that means I want a N. It would take a long time, and it also would not be a lightweight print wouldn't be a relevant test, because a lightweight print is going to flex differently. It's going to flex more than these boots are going to flex. These boots are going to have to be printed very rigid, because all of the mass of this entire Nutcracker, which is going to be over 10 pounds, we're talking, actually probably over 15 pounds. It's going to be a pretty heavy model. We're probably talking 7 or 8 kilograms. So that's, 16, 17 pounds. And all of it's going to be sitting on top of these boots. And so these need to be the strongest piece of the model. So if I print just a lightweight shell, well then, yeah, that's going to work because it's going to flex nice and easily. But then when I print the boots, they're not going to flex so easily. And it might not flex. It might not give me enough data to know. I'm probably overthinking it, but it's not that hard to add the fix. The fix is actually pretty easy. I'll show you. So the fix is to simply create a 10 by 10 cylinder. And then just align that cylinder with the piece here. So align on you. We're going to go here and here and there. Now I'm creating a little path to make sure the balls can insert. But this path is actually a little bit smaller, so it should be a little bit tight. And that's the idea. I want it to be somewhat of a friction fit. So Control D, and then, of course this is in the way. Of course this is in the way. It would always annoy me. It loves annoying me. Align, and then we're going to align you over here. And then we're going to take the two of these, Control D, 90 degrees. There we go. And we grab the 4 of them. Did it grab anything else? No, it didn't. A miracle. A miracle. Let's make this transparent. Now we can take this. We can move it up. Move them up a little more, I think. Yeah, I need to move them up to that midpoint there. Right there. Okay. All right. Control D. And then we align it with this set. Align with you over here. There we go. Now we have those. Now we join those with the boots. There. Now we have 4 channels going into the boots. Oh, come on. Stop with your squirming. Now we have 4 channels. Now these balls are sitting inside the channel. So now we bring the legs back, and we are going to attach those legs to the balls, the channels. But first we have to drop this down to fully insert. Okay. Now we have to ungroup these. Ungroup this. Ungroup this. Okay. These are separate, yes. Hide the boots. And now we just join the balls. I wanted, it's not going to stand upright by itself. No way. At least not here, not where I live. we get 40, 50 mile an hour winds here. They're going to blow this fucker right over. But I need it to be rigid. So like, for example, in your house, this should be able to hold itself erect. It might not be balanced, so it might tip because the legs are toward the back of the boots, and then you have the hat which tips backwards, and that's fine. But I need it to be so that, you know, if the wind blows this a little bit, it doesn't just fold on itself and collapse. So, but it also needs to be something you can dismantle. I mean, who has a place to store a 2.5 meter tall figure? So I need to make this so that you could print it in separate pieces. And of course, I like 3D printing, so no glue, no adhesives, no screws. The idea is this thing can assemble itself. You can snap click it all together. And hang on, let me get this real quick. So now I grab all this and join that. Transparent again. Okay, it's the wrong color too. And I take this one, join it. Okay. Okay, so now the dimples are built into the legs, and none of the dimples are sitting on top of the binding points, the ribs, which means these dimples should flex. They should be able to flex a little bit. Now I need to flip this. What's the last thing I printed? The lanterns were the last things that I printed. I printed the change to oh, I am missing. Where'd it go? One of these is gone. What the hell? How could that come off on its own? And where could it go? But yeah, I printed the 7 light version of this. Somehow, the cap is gone. Okay, let's hide all this. I'm missing something here. This I'm missing. You and you plus you and you. Is it just not doing what I'm asking it to do, or? Okay, there it goes. And then I'm going to grab you and you. I need you guys to be over here. There we go. Because I need to now rotate these, but keep them in the same position. Okay. So Control D. do this. Let's do, it's not going to let me. Hide. Put you there. And we grab the two of you and hit drop. Okay. No, let's go back again. Restore. So I need to delete you two. And now, oh, come on. Okay, I can see him there. Drop and drop. No, they do not. Yeah, I would not use them if they did. Let's see. Boy, I didn't realize they were that close together. Yeah, that would be difficult to flex. Okay. Let's hide this. And I gotta delete these again. Because I do need to make one more change. Okay. Control D. Control D. Okay. Let's join these again. Okay. Change it back to this color. Change it back to transparent so I can see the inside. All right. Bring the boots back. There it is. Now, what I want to do is we're going to hide this. Hide this. We're going to split this. And we're going to split this one. I think I can get away with doing this. Yeah. There we go. We're going to take the two of you. And we're going to bring you down so that you are just above the insertion point here. Unhide everything. And now we join you two together. And we join you two together. You'll see why in just a moment. Control D. Rotate. 180 and drop. There. Now, when you insert this and you rotate it, you need to know how to rotate it to get it back out again. Well, now you'll have this little dimple on the side here. You can put that dimple on the back if you want. It doesn't matter. It's quadratically, equal. But now all you have to do is line up this dimple with one of these slots, and the leg will come right out. Because the problem is you can't tell where this is. And these have to line up with these channels in order to pull this leg out. So by having this dimple up here, you can insert it and then rotate it, which will soft lock it in place. And now to get it out again, you just rotate it until this dimple lines up with any one of these four slots, and then the leg will slide out. Okay. Okay. I'm happy with that. Okay. So first things first, let's grab this and make it a group. Okay. So the legs are done. Now I need to put this same locking interface on here. I don't know. I like the, well, I get the gobbler without the stuffing because I hate stuffing. But the turkey bowl is good, but I prefer the sandwich. And I got some rolls. They're not quite 12-inch rolls, like 9, 10-inch rolls, but they're pretzel rolls. They're only $2 a piece too. Actually, $1 a piece because there's 2 in each one. I think. I'm not sure, but they were on the clearance rack at the bakery thing in Smith's. And so now I have some proper rolls. I love that's one thing I love about Wawa. They have a hybrid cranberry sauce. It's a mix of jellied and fresh, and it's so freaking good. Oh my god, I love their cranberry sauce. And that's the hardest thing to find, is finding good cranberry. That's something vibrant. Oh, what was that? Whatever the hell that is, I don't know. I haven't got my cash back from gas yet. I hope they give me that. Okay. But it looks like I got my cash back from Upside. Yep. Nice. I want to see the history. How do I see the history? Activity. Yeah. I got $1.52 back from Circle K. I was able to if you guys don't know, there's an app called Upside. I don't know if I get credit if you sign up under my account. Try it, see if I do. But Upside gives you cash back on gas. And they had a really nice one yesterday. It was like 20 cents back or 24 cents back at Circle K. So not only was gas $2.55 a gallon, but I got 24 cents or something like that back from Upside, but also Chime has gas deals, and it was like 21 cents. So that's like 45 cents a gallon off. That means I got gas for $2.05 a gallon. Fuck yeah. I could only buy 10 gallons. That really pissed me off. Um, for 8 gallons. I was able to buy 8 gallons, I think. Yeah, 8 gallons. $20 worth. But with Chime, you can stack. So I put my Chime card in Upside, so I get the Upside cash back and the Chime cash back for buying gas. Yes, 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 yes. I just paid $2.05 a gallon. Fuck you. But let's see here. And that's at the discount price. Ouch. Let's see. Where do you live? California? Are you in California? Okay. So the next thing I need to work on is this. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so your gas isn't okay. So from a financial point of view, your gas is $4.15 a gallon. There's no question about that. But from a political point of view, it's not. there's a huge amount of taxes on gasoline in California. And they do a lot with those taxes, so it's not too bad. $5.45 a gallon, damn. Bay Area, yeah. That'll do it. Jesus. Okay, so now I need to take this and ungroup it. Okay, there's my legs. So first things first, these need to go way up. Let's make this transparent so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. Not what I wanted to do. Okay. So we're going to be something like that. We're going to stick it in there pretty far. Man, that's a lot of money. What is... Yeah, so you're paying 18.4 cents a gallon for federal taxes and 59.6 to 61.2 cents a gallon for state tax, 2.25% for state and local tax. Underground storage tank fee is 2 cents per gallon, and environmental programs up to 54 cents per gallon. So all this gets added to the price of gas. But it's a beautiful state, and they keep their shit clean, and that one of the ways they do that is they have to fund it. And so, as long as this money is actually going towards something useful, I can understand it. It sucks for people who are poor. Jesus Christ. I mean, then again, if you're poor, you're probably not in California. But they have to have a relatively robust low income bracket. Income. I mean, it can't be all rich people. Oh, wow. Okay, so the median household income in California is $95,000, which is $20,000 higher than the national median, which is 76,000. Keep in mind, this is household, not per capita. Okay. And some Bay Area counties consider less than $111,000 to be low income. Wow. You can see how irrelevant averages are versus median. The average household income is $136,000, while the median is $95,000. That's a $40,000 difference, or a difference of almost 50% above the actual value. And that's because there are so many very wealthy households. They upset the average. That's why you never use average. Wow. That's incredible. What's the minimum wage? California minimum wage is $16.50. So if the company screws you over, and where the hell's calculator? Why isn't calculator here? That's annoying. If they only give you 32 hours per week times 50 weeks, 1,600 times 16.5. So you're going to make at least $26,000 there. That's not a lot of money considering what it costs. Jesus, and it's about to go to 1,690. Wow. And that's not high enough. California needs to be higher than that. You can't survive on $17 an hour. Wow. Very good. Oh crap, that's 2 pieces here. So this needs to be joined with this, because that's going to have to be printed as 1 piece. The object is not outside the bounds. Just in case, let's move it. Come on, come on, come on. Let's grab everything. Let's make sure we are well within the bounds. So this and this should be able to join without a problem. Yes. Okay. Now these need to be changed, because these have to be 143. And I need to keep them centered, which means these are currently 141. What the hell? Wow, how could the numbers be different? 142 by 142. Okay. Okay. Let's temporarily rejoin these. Now we're going to take these. We're going to bring you down here. And we're going to align you with these two. Okay. Now, we take these, we unjoin. Take this and this, good. Take this and we unjoin. Take this and this, align on this, and we are perfectly aligned. Okay, this and this, align on this, we are perfectly aligned. Okay, so now I can take these two, turn them into a whole, and join them with this piece here. So now we have our holes the correct size and they are properly aligned. Okay. All right. Let's get our cylinders lined up. We're going to make these 10 by 10. Make you much taller. Something like that. This is 12. That's why it was 6. Okay. Okay. Now we take this and this, and we align it center and backwards. Okay, this and this, align you here Then we raise it up 6. That gets us exactly the halfway point. And we take this and we duplicate it and we align it to this edge. You here. Not what I wanted. You and you. Line here, here. Now this is not exactly correct. This needs to hide. Nope, it's not doing that. We need to separate this. Oh, come on. Now we hide this. Now we take this piece, align with you, and we align here. Align you here. Now we take these two, join them, Control D, rotate 90 degrees. Then they get joined with this. Join, Control D, line up with this one, line up over here, like there and like there. Okay. Bring you back. You should be one piece. Let's make sure you're aligned. Align with you. Nope, we were off by a hair. I don't know how, but we were. So now this and this. Oh, wait a minute. This has got to be inverted. Okay. We take you, align you, unbundle you, we join you and you like this. Okay. Then we take all of you and we bundle group. Then we put a work plane in here. We hit drop. And then we bring you out 10. Okay. Now the legs already have the dimples, so I can get rid of those. We ungroup. We get rid of you for now. We hide you, delete you. We hide you, delete you. Bring it all back. Hide you again. We take these two. We ungroup because we need to take these and lengthen them. Join. We join. We bring everything back. We take all of you and join. There. Now we have the same bayonet lock in the torso. Okay. Okay. Is there a problem? I don't think so. This looks good. Okay. And now I no longer need these. Okay, so now the legs are done. The leg joints are done. Should I put the same channels in the legs? The legs are going to be a lot more flexible. I don't think I need to. Okay. Now, one thing I can do is I can bevel the legs a little bit. But I think I have enough tolerance. I don't think I need to. I think they'll just slip right in. See, my plan is to put a T-post in the ground and then strap this to the T-post. I might even put a bracket on the back of here to allow this torso to slide right over a T-post, maybe. But then again, I could just put holes at the appropriate spacing. I could screw it right to the T-post too. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about that. What kind of SUV do you got that gets 38 miles per gallon? That's actually impressive. That's what my Kia Soul gets. I get about 36 to 38 miles per gallon. It's one of the reasons I bought it. It's very fuel efficient. I think I need this to be up a little higher. Yeah, that looks better. And then what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to have the belt. Have these two be cylinders coming together underneath the belt here. And then have the belt screw into the two halves with screws. The arms, I think I'm going to make them single wall. Just because I don't need them to be crazy strong as long as the torso's strong. And I can save a little bit of mass by not going overkill on the arms. Because right now they are 526. Ooh, it's too bad I can't shorten that a little bit. Jaguar F-Pace. What year? Apparently they still make that. Okay, it looks more like a crossover. Okay, so they had so let's look at 2017 era. Wow, I thought a Jaguar would cost a lot more money. That doesn't seem all that bad. Wow, it's a nice looking car. I don't know, for some reason I thought that was going to be a lot more money for a Jaguar. And the colors are ugly as frick, but huh. It's a nice looking car, Cassandra. Wow. That's a nice looking car. Not too thrilled by the color options, but well, they have a red one. They have a blue one. Two-liter diesel engine. No wonder that gets 38 miles per gallon. Nice. I'd rather have Jaguar. Wow. No wonder that gets such good fuel economy. That's fantastic. Here's a 2018 with the diesel, 98,000 miles for 8 grand. Or is that parts? Nope, it looks like the whole car. Oh no, smashed front end. Ooh, yeah. Huh. That's a nice looking car. I didn't know Jaguars were that affordable. I mean, I can't afford it, but still, for a Jaguar, I was thinking, 60, $70,000 car. Very nice. Okay, I'm liking that. Okay. Anything obvious I'm missing? The tracks look good. It's too bad I can't make the arms a little shorter. Because if I can make those arms a little shorter, then I could print them in one piece. What I think I'm going to do, though, think. How do you want to do this? Well, these are supposed to be red, aren't they? I'm not worried about that seam because I can just put that on the back. So you won't see it. Okay. These will all be printable without a problem. I do have to figure out how I'm going to print the arms. I have options for how to print the arms. I'm probably just going to have to split them in half and print them as two separate pieces. Joining will be interesting. I'll have to figure out how I want to join them together. Probably simple dowels, just have holes in one, pegs on the other, and just let them, glue them together. Okay. The belt's a simple cylinder. I still have to figure out the buttons. I'm probably going to make them flat so they can just, attach. Or make them part of it and you just paint them. I'd rather make them separate though. Although I could print the buttons as part of it and then print little domes as a separate color and just glue them on. This way you'll have the plastic will match. Printing this is pretty easy. 2 perimeters. Do like 50% infill for 10 millimeters, then go to 3% infill, and then go to 6 to 12 to 24 to 48 to get to the bottom of these, and then switch back to 3% infill for the rest. This torso, how big are you? 307. So the torso, I'll probably just have a peg at a hole in the torso, and I'll use a joint like I use for the legs here to join the head to the torso. In fact, I could probably do that for all these. I can have this piece join this piece using the same peg method. And this piece to this piece using the same peg method. And then I just print extra of these pieces here. These yellow ones use that same piece. No, that's going to be hidden under the mustache. I eventually want to do the I eventually want to do this with the eyebrows and the mustache. And so all that'll be he won't have a mouth, it'll be hidden behind that. Yeah, I think that'd be the best bet for that. The hat's pretty much done. I don't have to do much with that. The head is done, but the face isn't done. I still have to add the hair. I think I know how I'm going to do that. The hardest part's going to be the eyebrows will be easy. The hair will be relatively easy. It'll be a little bit of work, but not that hard. Um, the hard part's going to be the mustache because I want the mustache to look like this. I like the way that looks. And duplicating that, see how it's not conformal to the shape of the face. Duplicating that's going to be a little tough. Not like end of the world tough, but it is going to be a little rough. I'll probably cheat. I'll probably put mustaches on here and then put a piece over top of this to get a copy of that and then stretch it and use it to crop mine. Well, I definitely can't use PLA for this. If I have to, I'll paint it. But I prefer not to paint it. Since this is a Nutcracker, anything that looks like a wood color would be sufficient. Since it doesn't have to look like skin, it has to look like wood. You know, it has to look like a wooden Nutcracker. But I noticed they don't make wood-filled PETG, which is really annoying because I love wood-filled. Okay. How do I want to do this? I could just steal his mustache. Yeah, I could do that. Just freaking steal it. There's not much there, though. Well, there's a decent amount there. Yeah, I could just swipe his mustache. Because this is just a sphere. So once I find the approximate size of that sphere, I could just take it. It'd be close enough. How would I duplicate that? Let's think about that for a moment. It could be as simple as, I mean, that is almost 90 degrees. Um, let's try something. Yeah, that's close enough. Let's put the work plane over here. There we go. I need the work plane to be visible. So let's group, no. Okay. We're going to group. So I can move you out of the way. So I want you in the work plane. Yeah, I can work with this. Good to you. Hmm. Can I bevel these? No. So if I want to do beveling, I need to use a square. Let's do length. Do width. Now, radius. There's our radius. Nice and smooth. So let's do 144 by 144 by 144. Okay. Now we have our nice radius. Now we can start manipulating. Do this. Do this. Uh-huh. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Not bad. It's getting there. Yeah. That's getting pretty close. Okay. Let's rotate you. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good angle, too. I think I want it a little bit flatter. Scale it up. Mm-hmm. All right, Control D. And let's scale it up a little bit more. All right. And we're going to rotate a little bit this way. So it's a little bit thicker in the center. And join. Uh-huh. Okay. So far, so good. We need you. Come on. You. And you. Come on. Why do you got to select everything? Why do you got to do me like that? You and you. Come on. Okay. Why won't you let me grab that? Dick bag. Okay. All right, Control D. We're going to put another one over here. You are going to rotate. Looks good to me. Okay. I'm okay with that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. What the fuck is that? Um, I can live with that. Oh, wait a minute. That's got to be chopped more. Oh, I see what I did. Ah, see what I did. This needs to come down here like that. Okay. You and you can join. Put you here. Bring you all the way in. Wrong way. There we go. That doesn't look right. How is that getting so screwed up? Oh, that's why. That's why. Then we need to do this. Okay. No. Okay. Really? Really? That's how you're gonna do me? You're gonna do me like that, douchebag. Suck it. Lick my balls. Wanker. Okay. Ew. Where'd you come from? Mm-hmm. Here's the dirty trick. So I need something that goes from here all the way to here. Here. Watch this. Oh, come on. Huh? Okay. Huh? Come on. You. Okay. There we go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There we go. That should get us pretty close. That is wrong. What the hell is that? That is not even close to what it was. Why'd it do that? Oh, I bet you I have to export and import. I bet you the complexity of having that other model as part of it is just pissing it off. Come on. Really? You're gonna make me do this? What the hell is this? This shouldn't be here. No. Wonder why that's there. That was weird. Really? Really? You douchebag. Oh, come on. I don't like that. Yeah, that needs to come up a bit. I don't like that sharpness there. That's better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Me? No. I don't dress up for Halloween anymore. I miss it. I like dressing up for Halloween, but just... eh. Okay. Okay. Okay, why? I have a whole bunch of stuff over here. There's something over here. Oh. That's what's over there. Wow. Okay. Let's get rid of a bunch of this. And what the hell is that? There's a little piece of something over here. Really? That's how you're gonna play with me? You're gonna mess with me. That'll get you. Okay. Okay. Control D. Flip. Take these two. Join. These should also be white. Come on. Let's see. Let's bring you into the workable space. Okay. Not bad. I can live with that. Let's separate. There we go. I'm totally okay with that. What do you think? Actually, I can see even ways to make it even better. Maybe. We can do this. Stick it inside more. Make it a little wider. Oh, yeah. Do another line. I am totally okay with that. And since I really love cheating, that's great. I can't do that, but that's great. Oh my God. But we're going to do that. Oh, that's great. Let's see. We're going to have to shrink you down. Where is the piece? There it is. Yeah, that makes a perfectly acceptable eyebrow. Oh man, it's hard to maneuver it in 3D space. Hell yeah, I'm okay with that. Control D. Flip. Let's see what it looks like centered. Yeah, nailed it. Haha! Eyebrows and mustache are done. Should he have a nose? The original one doesn't have a nose. I guess no nose. Okay. A monocle. Now, I do want to give him hair. And I do have a rough idea of how to do that. Okay. So what I need to do to give him hair. Yeah, that actually came out much better than I thought it would. Although, should I separate them? Should I separate the mustache? I kind of don't have a problem with the way that looks. I like getting dressed up for Halloween. It's fun. Hmm. Now these I'll probably print with this edge facing down. Well, did you see Uncle Jesse when he printed out the He-Man hair, the He-Man wig? That was pretty good. Okay, let's get the hair done. The hair is actually not as hard as I think it's gonna be. It's not gonna be too bad. Um, so this should be level. Okay. So what we need here is the cutout for where his ears are going to be. Okay, this is not looking good. I do know what I need to fix. This needs to be more like this. Actually, I think I need to make this a hole. Yeah, because I need to see where it intersects with his head. Yeah, this needs to be more like this. This needs to be 54, just because I want an even number. Okay. Now we take this. And what's our width? So length, 54. Okay. Down here like this. Over here like this. You, align, fix on you, here, and here. Way too big. Okay. Okay, there's the cutout for where his ear is. Now, I want to do the sideburns. But how do I make the sideburns round? I think I know how. Control D. And we're going to come this way. Same 54. Okay. Flip it 180. Okay. Now we do this. And I want the sideburns to be about here. Yeah, about there. Okay. Now we take this, turn you into a solid, make length, width. We do this. Okay. Then we do this. Okay. This doesn't need to be as stupidly wide. Okay. Now we take this and this, we control D, and we join it with this. Okay. Now so this is going to be a hole. And we no longer need this, but first I need to add to this. Now I can delete this. There we go. Waiting to see how I do it. You're gonna love this. This is cool. Come on. Do that. And do this. And do this. There we go. Then we're just going to do a straight back. I'm not going to get it complicated. Ugh. Dirt ball. And we're going to go down to here. I really want that to be curved, but I don't feel like fighting it, so we're not going to curve it. Okay. Okay. All right. That is our trim for our hair. So we should be able to grab this, 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 and this, join it all together. Now we take the head, we duplicate the head, and we enlarge the head. So now we have two heads. Okay. Now here's the problem. How do I get to that second head? Let's hide some stuff. There we go. Oh, it's not a complete sphere. That's annoying. Come on. This has got to come down a bit like that. There we go. Okay. All right, we got to hide this. We got to stick a tool in this. So that I have something to grab. So you and you need to join together. All right, Control D, hole, resume, and hide you. Take the hole, and this, join. Okay. Okay, now, how big do I want the hair? Bring you down. Okay. Now we take this again. This is going to be a hole. This is our head. We enlarge the head until it's bigger than the sphere. Come on. Just like that. Now, we take the head and this sphere and join. I'm missing a piece. How the hell did I do that? Something got missing. I had them both selected. Oh no, I know what I did wrong. Duh. Control D. That was my screw up. Okay. There we go. Now we take this, and this. Boom! He's got hair! Now we can take this and unjoin it, which will allow me to get rid of, I can hide this for now. I can get rid of this little stem. I don't need it anymore. Bring it back. Hide you again. Actually, you can do this. That. Length and width. Come on. Don't be a nudge. Come on. I don't know why I did that. I clicked the wrong thing. This and this. Join. There. Now he's got hair. That should not be there. That's really annoying. You're an annoying pest. You know that? Because you should not be here. What a pest. That's that itty bitty microscopic that microscopic tolerance in Tinkercad that is so annoying. I placed those planes on top of each other. That absolutely should not have been there. So annoying. So annoying. There we go. Really? That's how you're gonna do me? Come on. Why is that not working? That's weird. I guess I have to shift it. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. So put you here. Oh, come on. That's my mouse. That's not Tinkercad. That's my mouse being a dickhead. All right. That off. Perfect. Good enough. There. Now he's hair. And he actually has curves. Curvy. This should have been smaller, but I don't want to fix it. It's good enough, I think. Yeah, it's good enough. Although I think the hair should be thinner, but he's got to think shapes, baby. Got to think shapes. Let's see. I do have some extraneous crap down here. So let's hide this. Let's hide this. Yeah, this crap needs to go away. Come on. Okay. Okay. I didn't realize these were never joined. Yeah, I'm totally happy with that. That actually came out a lot better than I thought it would. Now, what else can I do to fix this? Well, ideally, I duplicate this, turn it into a hole, and I attach it to this. Now the hair is actually a separate piece. And I could print that hair with no support and just shove it right on top of the model. Yeah. And then I could shrink this a little bit. 329.5. That'll give me just a little bit of tolerance between the hair and the skull. Okay. Okay. So the hair is printable without support. The head is printable without support. The eyebrows will print without support. This might print without support because remember, it's going to print it from this side of the head. It's going to be angled. So I think that'll print as well. Okay, now, how do I want to print the eyeballs? Would the eyeballs with a simple black dot in the middle be enough? Or would that still look creepy? The epaulets will print no problem. Torso will print no problem. The hat will have to be printed in 2 pieces, but it should print no problem. I still have to do a lot of work to make these parts printable. So I think I could print each of these mustaches on this flat edge right here. And that overhang should be printable. Trying to think about how I want to do this. There's a whole bunch of different ways I can do it. I just got to think about which way makes the most sense. I'm thinking print this all as one piece and then paint it. But I really like the idea of being able to use different color plastic without having to use any paint. I really, really, really like that idea. Did I ever flatten this? Yes, I did. That's why that didn't move correctly. Okay. Okay, so what I need to do is this. Take you, and hide. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I'm going to keep that. No, I don't need it. But I need this to be a sphere. Okay. So let's make the ears one set of pieces. Okay, so now the head is a proper sphere. Okay, think. How do I want to do this? You know, it would be as simple as cut the head out of all these pieces, except the eyes. And then just glue the mustaches on and the eyebrows. Use something like Gorilla Glue that expands a little bit. That should not be a problem. I mean, I could make these insertable pieces, but that's really pushing my skill set. I mean, I just do not have really good skills at making complex parts interlock. That's just something I'm not very good at. I mean, I could do it, but at the point of diminishing returns, do I want to spend the next 3 weeks tweaking these parts, or do I just want to get the damn parts done? It's also something I could do over time. You know, whenever I'm in the mood, make this part interlocking, and then update the files. But for now, kiss. Yeah, let's go the kiss route. Let's see here. So Control D, turn you into a hollow, join you with this one. Okay. GNC, Giant Nutcracker, eyebrow. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Those are 2 separate pieces. Okay, unjoin. There we go. Control D. One of you gets joined here. Then the other one of you gets joined with here. Okay. Next, I need you, height. Come on. Okay. 10. Let's go bigger. Let's go 44. Control D. Come on, work with me. 44. So I need this to split these parts in half. And here's how you do that. So you take these 2 pieces here, which are exactly the same width, and you join them together. Then you take these 2 pieces, you join them into a bundle. You take this piece and this piece, this piece and this piece, align, keep this one still, center it. Now, we unbundle this, and we also unbundle this. Now that line right there is directly in between these 2 pieces. Okay? Now I take this piece and join them together. And this piece and join them together. Now I'm going to provide 1 millimeter or a 0.5 millimeter separation between these 2 pieces. So you're going to go that way a 0.5 millimeter. You're going to go that way a 0.5 millimeter. Okay. Now we have 2 separate pieces that don't interfere with each other. So we Control D, turn it into a hole, and join it with this one. Take it again, Control D, hole, and join it with this one. Okay. This is designed so that if you have a 400 by 400 printer, you can print this. And of course, you can scale all this. Just make sure you take the biggest piece, which is probably going to be the hat or the torso. Scale it till it fits on your printer. See what percentage you had to scale it. Then you scale all the parts that same percentage, and you can print this any size you want. And so you could probably still make it close to 2 meters tall if you have a 300 by 300 printer, and probably still 1.5 meters tall, like on a bamboo. Okay. Let's change these to white. Nope. We're going to leave them different colors. I'm going to join them together to, oh no, I got to export first. Did I already export the eyebrow? I don't think so. Nope. And this is going to be stash. Export STL. Then we're also going to do hair. It's going to be this piece. STL. Okay. Now let's come into here. Okay. You're going to go into bed? You are going to go into bed. Ooh, that's not quite flat. Come on. And you are going to go to bed. And that overhang is printable. Actually, I think I picked the wrong surface. I think I need this surface here. Yeah. Perfect. There we go. Nice, which means I can print these all together. Control CV. And then we want to mirror it. Mesh, mirror mesh. Mirror on the Y, X. Mesh, mirror mesh, X. No. Come on. Fucking deselect, goddammit. There we go. There. Why won't you let me deselect? God damn you. Deselect. Okay, there's all the pieces. So, file, export, binary. This is the hair. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be the stash. Okay. This is the eyebrow. There. Okay. Yes. That's a 400mm plate. So it's going to be big. 2.5 meters tall, theoretically. All right. No errors detected. Okay. No errors detected. 2 shells. Good. No errors detected. 2 shells. Good. So we're going to run this to GNC, Giant Nutcracker. Hang on. You want to print something big? 6 or 7 kilograms? Let me get the legs done for you, because we're done with the legs. So let me get them exported. Okay. So you need to print one of these. GNC boots. There's the boots. And then we have leg. That's not what I typed, which is just one of these. And I guess technically we can call this the knee. It's this little piece right in here. Alrighty, so slap a 0.4mm nozzle on that bad boy. Not 0.4, 0.8. This is something where you really are going to want to use a 0.8mm nozzle, because otherwise it's just not going to be strong enough. Well, the boots you can print with anything. All right, no errors detected, 1 shell. The boots are going to take about 2 kilograms of plastic to print. Let's see how the leg looks. Auto repaired, 8 errors. All right, fixed by Windows. Export. Leg. Okay, delete. Knee. 8 errors. Fixed by Windows Repair. Just to make sure. Hey, Sundiddle. There's the knee. Yes, we are. Why? Because we can. Okay, let's make sure this slices correctly. Seven or 8 kilograms would be my guess. The boots alone are 2 kilograms. Let's see. So this is going to be 1 perimeter, vase mode. 0.3 is fine. None of that matters. This one I'm going to do a 0.2 skirt offset with 6 perms. Well, some of it'll be vase, some of it won't. For these long straight pieces, we're doing vase mode because it's insane not to. It would just take so much plastic. Let's see. Okay. Each leg segment takes 341 grams. Good. So you can make almost 3 leg segments with 1 kilogram of plastic. In fact, I really should get that reduced a little bit. If I can get that down to 330 grams, then you'd be able to print this with 3 of them with 1 kilogram. Although it doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's make sure this looks good. Let's make sure that doesn't move. It does not move. We are good. Good. All right, that slice is fine. I am going to upload this temporarily to, you're just going to get the legs right now because nothing else is done yet. But that it's going to take you a full week to print these parts, so. Well, you'd have to slice it appropriately. But you're probably looking at 50% more plastic if you didn't use vase mode, which is not too bad for the legs. You just have to make sure you use infill, at least some infill, to make sure those inner and outer walls are connected. Because if you're not using a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, it's not going to be monolithic. Let's see, model. Let's get these 3 files uploaded so that you can print them. You need to print 4 legs, 2 knees, and 1 boots. Okay. GNC. Not complete. We're going to call this one Outdoor and Garden. Original model. Why did it do that twice? If you go from 0.8 to 0.6, that would be 75% scale. So if you scaled everything to 75%, you could use a 0.6 nozzle. If you scaled everything to 50%, you could use a 0.4 nozzle. I'm doing these at 0.3, which should work fine. Only the vase mode parts are critical. The other ones you can slice as you see fit. Only model with one picture, okay? You want a picture? I'll give you a picture. I'll give you a picture. I'll show you a picture. You want a picture? Fine. Bite me. License. Attribution share alike. Okay. There you go. That should work. Here's what I advise you to do. Print the boots first. Because the boots are going to consume 2 kilograms of plastic, and it's going to take you 2 days to print it, I will not change the boots. If we have to change something, we'll change the other parts, because they take almost nothing to redo. Okay, I will scale this. I'll make sure it's 400 then. These pieces are all less than that. Then I'll make sure I limit it to 400. These pieces are all within that spec though, so you're fine. Good thing you told me that. I'll make sure I scale everything for 400 millimeters. So that means 800 millimeters for split parts. Okay, I can do that. I've been actually aiming for around 350. I've been doing 800 millimeters, which is gonna, when you split them in half, that makes you 350, 400. Okay. Let me give you that link. So here's the link. Now, the boots. This is the interesting part. You can slice the boots any way you want. I do not advise trying to print these boots with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. It'll take fucking forever. That's like a 4 or 5 day print at least with a 0.4 nozzle. But with a 0.8, you should be able to do it in 2 days. It's a pretty simple print in general. And I think you can get away with doing this with no top and bottom layers. So here, I mean, a simple slice would be 0.3 millimeter layers, 2 perimeters, not vase mode, 3% grid infill. That's a simple print. And that will take up 4 pounds or 1.8 kilograms. Okay. Now there are a couple changes we'll make. For example, you're going to want top layers here. You do not need top layers here. I'm going to change the start point to be back here so it doesn't have to do this travel jump. There's just no reason to do that. I wonder why it's doing that instead of going back here. It doesn't matter. Well, it also doesn't need a brim. Let's see, additions. We're going to do 1 at 3 millimeters. Okay, so this is looking at these settings. You're looking at 49.5 hours, 1.8 kilograms of plastic. So you would need a 3 kilogram roll, or you're gonna have to do a swap at some point. Now, I'm going to do a cleaner slice. I'll provide this G code if you want. I don't know if it'll be compatible with your printer or not. Let's see here. Speeds. Oh no, that's too fast. We're going to go 6.5, so it's going to be more than 50 hours. We want to stay under 6.5 cubic millimeters. Do make sure you print this with PETG or it's just not going to last very long. Or if you have the means, PCTG, it's even better. So actual print time, we're looking at 66 hours. Woo! Yeah. Now, if you have a higher flow hot end, you can go faster. I err on the side of caution, so I'm going to go slow. And it's probably going to be more like 80 hours because now I'm going to do the slice that I prefer. So I'm definitely going to leave the bottom open. There's no reason to have a closed bottom. All you're doing is begging it to hold water. What I will do, however, is make the bottom stronger. So let's go variable. And let's go the first 10 millimeters. Yes, we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this part here. And do it outdoors, man. Be safe. So let's do up to 105 at that size. And now let's go up to about, so there is the top. $231. So between 231 and 232, we reach that top layer. So that means I want to do, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 6. So add one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add one here. And then we're going to do a slightly heavier infill there. And then here. Let's do 318. Yeah, 318 is fine. We're going to add top layers. Okay. So this is a complex multi-process. It's pretty simple, really. So the bottom is going to be, we have to do it in duplicates. Double 3 is 6. Double 6 is 12. Double 12 is 24. Double 24 is 48. Let's go 24. So 24% infill. Okay, now this section here, I'm going to go down to 0.2 millimeters. Okay. This section here, we're back to 0.3 millimeters. This section here, we're going to start doubling. Oh, we don't want this. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Group. Can I do that all at once? Ungroup. Oh, it didn't do it. I know why, because I changed one. With vase mode, I extrude at 1.0, but when you're not in vase mode, I do 0.96. That was my mistake. That one's already done. Because remember, I'm going to use more plastic because I want this thing to last 20 years. I want this thing to last basically the rest of my life. I don't want to have to replace this. And so I'm going to spend a little extra plastic to make it more durable. All right, so this is at 3%, which means this is going to be at 6%. This one's going to be at 12%. This one's going, oh, we don't have enough splits. Although, no, all this is not going to have top layers, so 12% is enough. Okay. Let's do this one at 6%. A little bit more infill. And then this at 12%. And then this one will also have top layers. Okay. All right, now I'll show you what that does. You probably could 3D print it, but you would still have to buy the critical components. Okay. This is incorrect. That should not have switched back. So I did something wrong there. Something's wrong. Yeah, I gotta do this another split. Tools, variable. There it is. Yep, I forgot a split. Okay. 24%. Okay. No, I did that wrong again. This is going to be 6%. This one's going to be 24%. Because this one's 12%, right? Yes. Okay. This ups the plastic to 2.1 kilograms. That's not bad. Just over 2 kilograms. But this makes the whole thing a whole lot stronger. So what we're doing here is we have a pretty high 24% infill at the bottom here. That means water will drain from this. Oh. Yeah, okay. Height range modifier. Interesting. So you can do this in Orca. So this gives me a really strong base and a solid base to sit on top of. But I obviously don't need to fill this damn thing with 24% infill. That's nuts. So I just did the first 10 millimeters. So I can show you in here. So the first 10 millimeters is that nice strong base for us to doing 3% infill. Because that's all we need. We don't need any more than this. This is 2 walls at 1.6, and for half of it is 3 walls. That's 2.4 millimeters thick. That's strong. Now, what I did do was I switched to 0.2 millimeters, and I was right, 80 hours. Haha, I nailed that. I switched to 0.2 millimeters because this angle is pretty steep right here. In theory, it should print at 0.3, but I don't want to reprint this. So I'm just going to spend the extra 5 hours and print it at 0.2, which almost guaranteed should work fine. Now, you can't just switch to higher and higher infills. It fails more often than not. So what we do is we switch to higher infills by, ooh, I wasn't expecting that. It actually doesn't connect here. I kind of wish it did. I'm kind of thinking of forcing it to. Do I need to? Let's see what it looks like when it creates the channels. Ooh. It does create walls there. I don't know if I like that. Although it should be strong enough. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm overthinking it again. Okay, so whenever you change the amount of fill you're using, you always double it. It always has to be a 2 times multiplier. And that's so that when you switch from 3% to 6%, which we're about to do, see? So that half of this fill is on top of the existing fill. So you're guaranteed to at least continue a proper 3%. And I do this for 6 millimeters to allow it to build up to this 6%. And then I go to 12%. And then I go to 24%. And the whole point of this is to make sure we have a nice solid base when I start doing this. To make sure that this here has a nice solid foot to sit on top of. I don't think so. I mean, you can go to a 1 millimeter nozzle and extrude 0.8, but you're just going to use 20% more 25% more plastic for no reason. I just don't think there's any point. I think once you have a wall thickness of 2 millimeters, you're good. And a 0.8 millimeter nozzle gives you a wall thickness of 2 millimeters. You might think it's 1.6, but it's not, because part of the wall is infill. And so that's 8, 16, 24. So you're basically printing 3 walls at 2.4 millimeters. And that is way strong enough. In fact, we could probably get away with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. I just... You could, but that doesn't matter because he's going to have a stick up his ass. I'm going to put a T-post in the ground, and he's going to be bolted to a T-post because there's no way in hell this thing's going to stay standing on its own. The wind is going to knock it right over. This thing is going to have to be tied down. This is not going to be freestanding. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There's no way this will be freestanding. So now we do the 24% to get a good solid base right there. And then we switch back to 6% because there's just no reason to go more. So now we're doing 6%. And then we switch back to 12% and 24% to do the top. Actually, I think I'll leave it at 12. Yeah, there's 12%. Yeah, I think I leave it at 12. Yeah, and then I do 5 top layers or 4 top layers. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm gonna drive a T-post into the ground, and I'm gonna attach him right to the T-post. Yeah, anything else is just crazy talk. You're talking about something that's taller than I am. I'm 6'4". This is gonna be taller than I am. If you think that's gonna stand on its own made out of PET G, you're crazy. Inside the house, sure, but even there, if somebody knocks it over, it's gonna shatter. No, this is something you're gonna want. This is something that's gonna be tied down. But there is your legs. Now you can use your height modifiers as you please. This is not hard. What I'm doing is basically a 10 millimeter foot just for strength. and then I go to 3% at 0.2 millimeters to make sure this shallow angle prints okay. And then once I get it back up to here, now I'm back at 0.3 millimeter layer height. And then when I get to where the bottom is going to be right here, I gradually increase infill every 6 millimeters. So from 3 to 6 to 12 to 24, then I print this, and then I drop back down to 6%. And then when I get to the top, I gradually increase the infill again to make sure these top layers close up nicely. Now these should not be a problem. It's a bayonet fit. Why can't I rotate? There we go. So what you do is the leg inserts, has 4 dimples on it that insert into these dimple channels. It might be slightly tight. It's supposed to be. And once you get it fully inserted, you rotate. It doesn't lock anywhere. Just rotate it any amount so that it doesn't lock into here. Now, of course, when you go to install the torso, you're going to have to straighten it back up again. It should be a 0.5 millimeter tolerance, so there should be plenty. The tolerance here is a little less than 0.5 millimeter, but again, you're printing the leg in vase mode, so it should flex as needed. In fact, if it's not tight enough, put some tape on the dimples, because you do want it to be somewhat of a friction fit, so it's not jiggling around. And if it ends up being too tight, we will leave the boots the same, so you don't have to reprint that, and I'll modify the leg, because the leg is an easy print. So, print the boots as you see fit. There's no vase mode requirement. What you just saw me do here was to maximize strength while minimizing print time and filament usage. You can get it as low as 60 hours, or this one here is quite a bit stronger, and it'll be 80 hours. I don't mind spending the extra 20 hours and the extra 200 grams of plastic to know that these things will last, as long as they need to last. I don't want to have to replace this because I chinched out on the plastic. So let me go export this. GNC boots. Desktop. GNC boots. Save factory file as GNC. Save. Okay. That takes care of slicing the boots. Now the legs and the knees are super easy. Once you have your profile set up, you don't have to change it again for any of these parts. So we're going to add, we're going to print this on the Chiron. Come on. It'll be the same for my Neptune. I'm going to go to 1.0. And if you want to, you can even go a little higher if you want to make them a little stiffer. 5% isn't going to make much of a difference, so maybe I'll go 1.05. 0.8 millimeter, 0.3 millimeter layer heights. 1 perimeter, vase mode. We're going to do a 0.2 millimeter separation with 6 outlines for a brim. I could try. Let's see here. Okay, so this here is strictly vase mode. You can print it in regular mode if you want to, but it's going to take a long time. But this is designed to print in vase mode. 0.8 millimeter nozzle, 0.3 millimeter layer height. Super simple. That's it. Done. 9 hours, 36 minutes. And that does not move. It's got the rifling, it's got the ribs, it's got the bayonets. And what you do is you print 4 of these. So they're identical. You print 4 of those. And then you print 2 kneecaps, 2 knee joints. This is the knee joint that joins the 2 leg pieces together. And again, super simple, just strictly vase mode, no top and bottom layers. That's it. It's just all vase mode. Am I cold? A little bit cold. It's a little chilly in here. It's not bad, though. All right, I got a new hoodie. I love this hoodie. Hang on, I'll show you. Check this out. It's got the elks on it. Yeah. You can get this on Temu for less than 20 bucks. It's like, hello, yes. Hell yeah, I'm going to take that for 20 bucks. Let's see. So yeah, the 2 knees, 4 legs, 1 pair of boots, and your first half will be done. Well, first third will be done. And let me save this file, save factory file. Legs and knees. Yeah, and the printing's pretty clean too. Good resolution. Legs and knees. So this is going to be the knee. And then this will be the leg. If you do it right, if you know how to set your printer up to do this, Control CV, Control CV. You can do 2 at a time, which is definitely what I'll do. So you put your first one here. You put your second one back here. This one prints the first one. This one prints the second one. Theoretically, I could do 3. Yeah, in theory, I could do 3 of these. It might fit. It would be tight, but it could I think I could do 3 in a sequential print. But I'm not going to press my luck. Sequential 999. Okay. So it prints this one, prints the first one, then it goes back and prints the second one. This way I can just let it run for 19 hours. I don't have to mess with it. GNC legs, plural. We might as well do that with the kneecaps too, since I need 2 of those. You can go there. You can go there. Select first knee. Select second knee. Select all. There's first one, second one. And we're going to call that knees. Now, let's see if I could do that 3MF. I don't know if I could do that. For me, that's a factory file. But recent factory, boots. Okay. Now, file. I don't think I can. Let's see, continuous. Export build file to disk. No, all I have is G code. Hang on. Can you export a 3MF file from Simplify 3D? It says I can. File, export, 3MF. That's it. Oh, there it is. 3MF. Okay, let's see if that works. I don't know if this is actually going to maintain the settings. Let me know. Let me add the 3MF file to the listing. See, I'm going to add everything, just so if you have a compatible printer, and you can just use any of these files. Okay, so here's the 3MF. Then here's the factory and G-code files as well. I'm just going to put everything up there and use whatever works. Let me know if it actually maintains the settings in the 3MF file. I've never done that before. So let me know what happens when you grab that. But there you go. I should have the link still here. Yes, there's the link again for it. Okay. Let me know if that 3MF file works for you. And I'm going to continue. I'm kind of excited about this now because this is looking like it's going to be really cool. So I'm going to keep working on these files. The next one that I'm working on is the torso. So this is the next one I'm working on. I've already got the sockets to accept the legs. What I have to figure out is how to join these two together. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do that yet. I'm uploading it now. I haven't published it yet. And publish. What? I don't know what the hell these are. Well, I'm not doing that. Okay, get rid of you. Okay, the 3MF is there. Okay, publish. Am I still missing something? Publish. There it goes. There we go. Okay. No, I didn't hit the publish button because it wanted me to do more stuff. Okay. Good. That's it. I can't think of anything else for right now. I'm going to continue working on it. I made pretty good progress on the head. I just got to figure out how to print this beard. Actually, I think I just figured out how to print the beard. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Mm-hmm. I like being sneaky. But I think I just figured out how to print the beard. The torso shouldn't be that big a deal. Belt buckles, the hat shouldn't be that big a deal. The last major hurdle I have is figuring out how to attach these arms. Printing them is easy. I'm just going to do them a single perimeter vase. Well, I'll probably do them double wall, just so if somebody bumps against it, it doesn't break it. But I haven't figured out how to attach them yet. Yeah, I got to figure out how to attach the arms. because they're not straight, and them not being straight means I can't socket them. What I think I'm gonna have to do is screw the arms into the side here. So have a screw like the bottom will be open, the top will be open, and you have a screw here and a screw here to screw the arms into the two torso pieces. I think I might have to do that, maybe. Oh, wow. I didn't do 15% anywhere. Yeah. Well, like I said, do the settings as you see fit. But I would suggest 2 walls and 3% grid for the whole thing. And then I would do a thicker infill for the bottom and gradually thicker infill for the socket and the top. And you could just slice as you see appropriate because that's not a vase mode print. Just remember, if you're going to spend 6 or 7 kilograms of plastic, this is probably something you're going to want to keep. So, I mean, I would lean toward using, if it's only an extra couple 100 grams of plastic, screw it. Just print it heavier duty. Okay. I know it's too late for this month, but if you guys can remember to use my Amazon link when you go to buy anything for the holidays on Amazon, they are doing that thing where if I hit $3,750 in revenue, I get an extra $115 for all 3 months. I'm not going to hit that this month. I'm only at 1365, and there's only 8 days left in the month, so I'm nowhere near it. Not even close. Well, if I tripled this, I would get it. Yeah, I'd have to triple what I have in the next 8 days. But yeah, if you can remember that, I'd appreciate it, because right now I'm only at $35 on Amazon. Ouch. It's weird the way it goes up, down, up, down, up, down like that. Also, don't forget, I have a Patreon, I have PayPal, I have Zelle, I have Coffee, all that stuff. Whatever's convenient for you, I have it. Ibotta is doing $10 for if I sign new people up. So if you use Ibotta, if you want to sign up for that, I get a credit for that. Links are all down in the description or on my website, Nerys.com. And I am gonna go hit the Roadrunner pantry and see what kind of yummies they have today. And I will keep working on this throughout the weekend. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about this. This will probably be the first print I do on the Neptune 4. Yeah, I found my nozzles, so I'm gonna slap a 0.8 millimeter nozzle on there, and I'm gonna start. I'll probably do the same thing. I'll probably start with the boots. I'll print the boots first because I do have some black PETG. I still have to figure out how to link these parts together. I still have to figure out how to put the buttons on. I think I do want to do them as separate parts so that you don't have to paint this. So you can print this in just the separate colors. Then when you assemble it, it's done. So I would prefer not to have to paint. I actually need a lot of black. I need 2 kilograms for the boots, plus the belt, the hat, and wow. Okay. That's it. All right. I will see you guys next week. Be good. Happy victims. And don't forget to tell your family you love them. Because once they're gone, you can't tell them you love them anymore. So, you guys have a great time. Oh, by the way, don't forget to go to, if you have McDonald's in your area, go to the Play at MCD, AMOE.play@mcd.com. You can do this 5 times per day. You get 2 codes each time you do it. It's a pain in the butt. They make you jump through hoops to do it, but I've gotten 2 or 3 free food items every single time I do it. I'm using 2 accounts, so I can do it 20 times. But yeah, you get free stuff all the time. So I got free wraps and free double burgers and free small sodas and free ice cream cones and free apple pies, and hell, I'll take it. You want to give me free food? I'm going to take free food. So you can do this until the end of the month. I don't get nothing for this. This is just for your benefit. This is a way of getting 10 game pieces plus 10 bonus game pieces every day without having to pay for anything. And you get free goodies. So I'm guessing this won't work for you, DeWitt. I don't know if you guys are doing the Monopoly thing or not. But it seems to be an American thing. But that's it. I will see you guys later. Be good. Oh, cool.